We are walking away. We are early. We're at 5 minutes early. Our feet on the street, 8:54. So we're rocking away. Yeah. We're ready. Why wait the extra 5 minutes? We're ready to go. So working our way. Leaving mile marker 17. The goal today is to get somewhere between 34 and 40. If we're feeling good. 40 is the little beach, Little Duck Key, right before the 7 mile bridge begins. So we want to get to the 7 close as we can today to the 7 mile bridge. And off we go. We are moving. Hello, everybody. It's me. Why are we doing this? Why are we walking on this crazy adventure? Well, we're doing it to raise money for the South Florida Autism Charter School. And that QR code on the right is how you can donate. We raised over $1,000 yesterday. So I have not been live on Instagram. All right, we're live on Instagram now. So you know what we were live on YouTube and Twitch, but we weren't live. But we're live everywhere. And so, and we're gonna we're just marching along. Today's Thursday. Today is March Madness. I'll deal walk as much as I can before. I guess we'll time the lunch break so when there's a good amount of basketball game on, and that's when we'll stop. But I want to utilize this time. I'm not going to stop. The earliest I could stop is 12:10. But I don't know. I feel like that's too early. I want to stop a little bit. I want to make it to at least 1 or 2 o'clock, depending on how I'm feeling. And then and then we'll see where we're at from there. Feeling good. When I had to do some stretches in my groin. I did have a good tweak, but I was like, but I did that. After I did those stretches, I felt good. Feel good, ready to rock and roll. So we're marching along. We are gonna. I'm experimenting, talking to guests on the stream. I'm inviting a former co-worker of mine at the radio station, 856 WQAM, Brendan Tobin. I invited him to come on at 9:30. Marching along. We'll see how this goes. And maybe we'll get more. Maybe we can invite more guests as we go forward. Let's see. Ivy Queen, go hello. Probably RV and Richie was in the house. But I did hear some feedback that my camera was too low at times. So I'll try to fix that. I literally have a harness with a slot to hold the iPad. So I'll try to keep it not down as possible. But just left mile marker 17. And we got to work our way deep into the 30s, maybe even mile marker 40 before we end for the night. Here we are. We're feet on the street. Not even 9 o'clock yet. We're early. So we're just trying to march, maximize the daylight. It was a little windy, but as you can see, it's not as gloomy as it was yesterday. A little bit sunny. We can see the sun over here. It's a little bit weather. I'd say it's windy. It's 68 degrees, but it's nice and sunny as compared to the overcast gloom of yesterday. Even though it was quite nice, it was a nice breezy, easy walk along that cart path yesterday, and things got a little bit hairy at the end. But for a solid 15 miles from Key West to mile marker 15, we were just cruising on the cart path. Then then there was a bridge that was closed, and then we had to wiggle around the car bridge, and then it picked up a little bit of cart path, and then it ended, and then we're walking on the grass like this for 2 miles. And I feel like it's going to be a lot of this. I think there may be a car when we get to somewhere. I think in Big Pine, the cart path, comes back. And then there's a 7-mile bridge where there is no cart path. And there's a couple other bridges before the 7-mile bridge. There's a Bahia Honda Bridge, which is one of those that splits into two. Like it has two southbound lanes and two northbound lanes on two separate bridges. So gotta be careful which one I pick. All right, so I'm marching along here. We're walking. Beautiful, glorious day. Big trucker coming on the bend. Right now, I'm just trying to get to mile marker 18, 1 mile at a time. 1 mile at a time. That's all you can do. Excited. This is basketball today. I was able to watch that second game last night. It is March Madness. At noon tomorrow would be like the 1-year anniversary when we first made it to Key West. Whew. But we're all feeling good. It's got some wide lane over here. RVA Richie says you should start every walk with the national anthem. Hey. We're marching along, taking it easy. We're live on YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram. We got an early start. That's good. It's wonderful. We tried to get feet on the street by 9 a.m. and we said it wasn't an approximation, and it wasn't. Early. All right. I know we got that Niles Bridge. That's a somewhat long bridge that I have to walk on. There is no pedestrian bridge on the side. I must. Be like this for a little bit, but just a preview of what we got tomorrow. It's practice for tomorrow's 7-mile bridge, where it's narrower than this. Yeah. While we're walking, all this. Some good shots over there. Nice. Marching along, and I see This is a light bridge. Not really anything. The Harris Gap channel. I deployed to my brand new shoes, never before worn. So, see how they go. Coming across the Harris Gap channel. Tell that wind to calm down, interrupting the audio. Yeah. All right, it's good to know. I do have another microphone, but if I deploy the microphone, I can't charge the cable. I may deploy it. Thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the heads up, Jeff. All right, I'm trying to get closer since my camera's working away. I'm trying to get a little closer. In fact, let's see. How's it now? I'm just closer to the iPad. So I'm gonna fight through the wind. But I honestly don't know if another microphone would be any better. We're marching along. We have a guest coming at 9:30. Thanks for going on the street. It's going for the folks later. Next, we'll make next year's promo. We're marching along. Marching along, we got to that little bridge. We got the Niles Channel, which is like a kind of high. This is a kind of a high, narrow bridge, but it's not long. It's not long. It's not 7 miles. That'll be tomorrow. But we're working our way in the late teens. And now we're gonna try to get to the 20s and 30s, somewhere between 34, minimum 34 tonight. But I hope maybe we're feeling good. We can stretch it out to mile marker 40. And then tomorrow we have to get to mile marker 50. So it's either a 17-mile today and a 16-mile day tomorrow, or a 23-mile day today and a 10-mile day tomorrow. Which I'm going to use every minute of this walk. They definitely not be stopping within the next 3 hours. I have to maximize the time where there's no basketball playing and keep walking. If I do take a break, there has to be basketball. It is March Madness. Everyone put on your bracket. We got some March Madness here on the street. We're walking. Walk Madness. All the way to Lone Depot Park. That's the end goal. The end goal right here. To Lone Depot Park. The QR code blew off yesterday. I guess I didn't tape it good enough, but the wind blew off the QR code on my hat. And so yeah. And I haven't been able to print out a new one. We stayed in one place where we stayed and didn't really have a printer. Let's see. Peter Mert, Ashley Brewer, 286. Joins. Hello, Ashley. Jeff Green on the YouTube. We're open on Twitch as well. And we're just marching along. Let's see we're going to do a flipperoni again. And then, there's me. Oh, I flipped it up upside down. What? So there's me. There's me. As you can see in this version, it's hard to kind of look at the camera. That. But we're constantly moving. Good shot. So, we're marching along. Now we're at the North Harris Channel. There's another little bridge, little baby bridge. It's cute. Cute bridge. It's not long, not crazy. It's nice and easy. And so, hopefully my audio is better. It is kind of windy. I do have another microphone, but if I use it, then I can't power. The receiver of the microphone takes up the charging port, my lightning charging port. So if I use that external microphone, I can't be charging my iPad. So the audio has to be significantly better for it to be worth it. And I don't know if it is. Oh, record outdoor walk. Oh, don't mind if I do. Yes, recording. Yep. Document everything. All right. Marching along the North Harris Channel. We're grooving. Feel good? Feel good. As long as I'm not as long as I'm walking on like cart or street path, I feel good. Yesterday was kind of rough towards the end, limbering on that grass and rock. Oh, it's a nice little easy bridge. You know what, Jeff? I gotta run a car route. Once I cross this bridge, I'll run a car route. Jeff last year donated $5 for a car route. So when I get to this bridge, oh, there's a bicyclist coming. I'll wait for this bicyclist to pass before I run a car route. At least I can see him coming at me. All right, we get over this bridge. All right, here we go. Plant, turn. I know I'm gonna throw you a ball, but don't worry, Jeff. It's the first one. You didn't miss any other. You didn't miss any other ones. That was the first one of the journey, the first co-route. So see how many I do. Today's if I do that as long as I'm feeling good, I will keep running those pro routes, and every dollar counts. I'll go towards the South Florida Autism Charter School. They all came down yesterday. A giant bus of students and kids and teachers and administrators, they came down yesterday to see me. They started walking with me at the southernmost point in Key West. They came all the way down. They had a bus, had to drop them off like 3 miles away, and they had to walk all the way to the thimble, and then we walked with them back to the bus. They literally came all the way down here, had to get dropped off far away, walked to the southernmost point, and then walked back. And they came all the way. Thank them for coming all the way down and supporting me. And the southernmost point got moved. Now I know what you're thinking. How could geography be moved? How could this? I mean, you can't move the southernmost point. It either is or it isn't the southernmost point. But it did get moved. It was the original site is under construction. But they don't want to. People come down here to people come down here to take a picture with that thimble. And so they still had to have the thimble. And so they moved it out to like a beach on Duval Street, at the end of Duval Street. And the same deal, line was packed. It felt like it was bigger. It looked like the southernmost point was bigger than it was last year. Maybe it's a temporary one. The real one is still at its site, just covered by wood and construction and debris. But and it was honestly in a nice location. But for a second, when we first drove down here to Key West, we see the site of the southernmost point, and we're like, oh no, it's closed. What? It's like Wally World. But after figuring it out, they did move it. Oh, we got a mile marker. Hot dog. All right, so we hit the street at 8:54. It's 9:16. So that's 22-minute mile. That's a little slow. Nonetheless, we could pick up the pace and do better than that. Here we are to document this. We got a mile marker. Let me get it for the IG people. All right, there you go. Mile marker 18. Peyton Manning. That's where we are. We gotta get 1 mile down. At least 16 more to go. Maybe 22 more to go if we're feeling froggy. I would like to do 22 more. That have less walking to do tomorrow. More time. I have no risk of missing the Canes game tomorrow. 10 p.m. But the first basketball game's at 12:15 with TCU and Ohio State. And then we had a gentleman, New York Nick, who was commenting on the stream yesterday that he was excited about his South Florida Bulls. They're playing later today. But as long as there's no basketball, we got to keep walking. No breaks. No breaks. We have to we're not going to take many breaks, but when we do, we got to make them count. Full efficiency. Right. Elena is still joining the IG. Let's check the battery. Battery's still on right. Just cruising. We're not on a convenient cart path. We are kind of walking on the shoulder, but it's somewhat wide. But it does get a little bit more narrow as we move along. So on. Well, hoping to be feet on the street tomorrow as early as 9 a.m. No later than 9 a.m. tomorrow. Marching along here. All right. The wind has calmed down. So maybe my audio has improved. It is nice. We're doing this. We're a second year in a row. It's our annual Key West walk. Second year in a row. This time we're walking the opposite direction, starting in Key West. And working our way back to the ballpark, to Loan Depot Park for opening night. 158 miles total. We've done 18. So we got 140 to go on the journey. And we did more than 18 net walking yesterday with walking to the bus stop. That was like a 3-mile detour, round trip. And I can pull it up the stats, how many exact miles we walked yesterday. Let's see. So yesterday was 41,000 steps, and the miles, including the detour walking, was 19.4 miles. So it was probably a 1 mile. It was probably a 1 mile unchanged detour each way. Sir Noble 3112 on Twitch. What's up, Sir Noble? What's happening? Sir Noble, he's a big time security. He works security for high profile athletes and talents. And so every time we see him, I always ask where he's at. Are you at? Like, you would go to the Olympics, you would go to the World Cup, to be like big time security detail. Where are you at today, Sir Noble? Who are you bodyguarding? If you're allowed to disclose, if you didn't sign an NDA or anything like that. But he's commenting on the Twitch. In fact, I'll put his comment on the screen so you know. Yeah, there he is, Sir Noble. 12. Yeah, the IG comments I can't put on the screen. I can only put the YouTube and the Twitch comments on the screen. I can still see the IG comments. Happy to read them. Bella Menendez, he's on the IG. Marching along. We're gonna have a guest join us in about 7 minutes from Brendan Tobin. He's at WQAM, does the midday show for them. I used to be on that show back when it was a morning show. I'm home. So Sir Noble says that he's home here in Miami, and that he worked the WBC and the Olympics. Wow, that's awesome! 2 really cool things. He went from one Team USA to the other, and so that's awesome. That's awesome. Can you tell us? Are you allowed to disclose who your bodyguard? Probably not. But we're the Team USA people. I'll ask. But good job as always, Sir Noble. And we're marching along. We passed mile marker 18. Now we got to get to mile marker 19 at some point. and then get into the 20s and then into the 30s, and maybe 40, maybe, just maybe. Got one more little somewhat hairy bridge at the Niles Channel, and then maybe if we make it to the Bahia Honda Bridge, the ones that splits into two, that's a pretty hairy. That's a somewhat hairy bridge, but that does have a good amount of room on the shoulder. And then it's tomorrow we do 7 Mile into Marathon. George S. Perez, I see George joining on the IG. Hello. Marching along, 9:26. It's been a solid half an hour. Hopefully that means we've done a mile and a half. Yeah, this terrain will slow me down. Why? I'd like to get back on the cart path, if there is one. Wonder if that was a cart path. Jeff, I believe we're coming up on that high school. I think on mile marker 19 is that high school with a giant football field. We're coming up on that. We're just past 18. Woo! Marching along, another little bridge. Marching along. Done 32 minutes, 127 active calories, 24.56 active pace. All right, another little bridge. Another little bridge coming up. I don't know when the next gas station is. I think maybe a Big Pine. I think there's some gas stations, but I will update you on the gas prices as those updates are needed. If anyone's coming down to the Keys, you're curious to know what the gas prices are. Just nice and easy. Got another little bridge coming up. I'm actually kind of looking forward to this bridge. I'm tired. I don't like walking on this grass. I'd much rather be on a bridge. no reason to cross the street unless go to that beach. We make it to Little Duck Key. That beach is on the other side. Marching along, nice and easy. It's coming up on 9:30. Marching along, gonna get over this bridge. Just this little bridge to get over, nice and easy. Big truck coming. Dave Pibbs up 876, day 2, ready to roll. Stay safe today, my friend. Yes, and I'll stay thirsty too. I need to be drinking water. Thank you, Pibbs up. Scan the QR code in the top right corner. Coming across a bridge. Park channel. All right, nice little bridge coming up. Whoa, big boy. The Park Channel. Hopefully I think I can see that high school for the football field. That means we can get to mile marker 19. 38. We've completed this bridge. Yeah, the breeze dies down once we have these. We clear the bridge. So we have the ocean blowing wind right at our face. Well, I guess these trees act as blockers for the wind. They provide a wind wall to slow the wind down. We're marching along, and I see a decal. I see another mile marker. We started around 8:54. It's 9:40. 6 and 40, 46 minutes. It's 23 minutes a mile. So I do like to pick that pace a little bit. Yeah, much easier to hear now. Yeah. Marching along. I see a mile marker, 19. Hey, 19. I'm not going to walk across the street, but that is mile marker 19. Even though it looks like the mile marker here got stolen. Because it's right where the other mile marker is supposed to be. But, yeah, there's mile marker 19 on that side. But as you can see here, it's just an empty pole. Someone stole the mile marker. Mile marker 19. Now you can't tell, but there it is over there. But that's supposed to be mile marker 19. But I guess if somebody has a mile marker 19 out there, it's probably leaving it. All right, we're past mile marker 19. We're going 1 mile away from being done with the teens. We're on to the 20s. We'll work our way through Cudjoe Key and Ramrod, Little Torch, Big Torch, and then we're still in the key deer habitat. It's a 17 miles of habitat. It started right at the end of last night when we got into mile marker 17. It starts at Sugarloaf and it goes all the way through Big Pine. That's where the key deer. We are still in the key. So if a deer pops up here, I mean, I don't know what to do. If a deer just hops around through, I have not seen a key deer in either of my 2 walks. Last year, whether it was last year or this year, I have not seen live key deer in the key deer habitat. All right, we got a feds up at 76. Awesome. Nice and easy. Some brand new shoes on. Nice and rolling. I would like to get back on. I know at some point there is another cart path. We were looking at the map yesterday, and it's like there is a long cart path on the side of US 1, but then it goes way up. And then I don't think you could get out. So, don't know if we'll get on that. .46, getting closer and closer to 10 o'clock. Marching along, raising money for the South Florida Autism Charter School and the South Florida Autism Charter Center. We've raised over $1,000 so far. Thank you to all that has donated. You do so scanning the QR code in the top right corner. That's how you donate. Marching along. Been live for 53 minutes. Well, it's going to be like this for 20 miles when I walk the stretch on this rough, uneven grass and rock. March along. That's it. Watching along. That's it. It is a work day. It's 9:50 on a Thursday. They were coming up on this high school. I think the home of the Sharks. All right, a spotter just sneak on the field for some crow routes. All right, I could do that. Last year, we got by the time we got here, I was so dead, I couldn't move. I was towards the end of the walk. Let's see if I can get on the field and run some crow routes. That's from Jeff. That's from Jeff because we're streaming on multiple different places, so I would read comments and people on other streams don't see them, but I could have the ability to put it on the screen. There it is. Just sneak on the field and run some crow routes. That's from Jeff Green. Marching along. All right. Doing good on time. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Well, it is. We've been walking for a full hour and we have not done 3 miles. So we're saved less than 3 miles an hour. So probably looking at 2.5 miles an hour, if we're being honest. There it is, the Sugarloaf School, home of the Sharks. There's school today. I mean, actually, there might be on spring. Actually, I don't know what spring break Monroe County enforces, but I know Miami-Dade County is next week. They're on spring break. these cars. I'm gonna run a car around across the street. How about that? For being a field across the street. Check this way. Across the street. Plant. Turn. Go. There you go. Right at the school. There it is. All right. Apparently, I've been told there is a fishing bridge and a walking path on the other side of the road ahead. That is great news. Love fishing bridges. Love walking cart paths. So. We're just here right at the school, the Sugarloaf school, one of the Sharks. Mile marker 9, past mile marker 19. Working my way to 20, and apparently we got fishing bridges and cart paths coming up, and I'll be able to hopefully walk a little faster. LSU Phil in the house. What's up, LSU Phil? Madness. A little more than 2 hours before basketball tips off between TCU and Ohio State. That's the first game. That's some other games to follow. We're tracking them. If any game is late, it may. If any game is down to the wire, have to find a way. Just gotta plug in a cable. Pretty sure I just got a loose cable somewhere. Gonna make sure I'm charging. This is Morgan. That guy's everywhere. All right. Just check cable situation. Just trying to charge. I have these multiple battery packs, and I was using one of them, and I had both cables out ready to go, and both cables aren't charging, so it must be a connection issue. So let's see, right. Just working on my cables. All right. Let's see which one of these bad boys are behind the scenes inside. Let's see. I'm gonna choose. Nope. All right. Let me do it right. All right, this is the one that's dead. I figured out which one is dead. So therefore, it has to be this one. All right, we got juice. We got juice on the cable. The other one could get power from the sun. Just gonna rewire the cable. It's uncomfortable. Sorry about this. I know it's all on the fly. Everything's live all the time. Everything's live all the time. Only a one-man production crew. Alright, I'm ready to go. Alright, make sure I got juice. truth. Tell me we got juice. All right, almost done, guys. Almost ready. I had juice for a second. There you go. There you go. I got juice now. And I got a fishing badge. All right, no more screwing around. That's it too. Minor detour. All right, everything's live. Everything's live all the time. Thank you, Hannah. She's on IG. Thank you for your support. Sorry, I had a cable disconnected. I had to figure out where it was disconnected from. So I had to stop and readjust the cable. But we're back now. We're back, moving along. Trying to walk my way to the Lone Depot Park on next Friday night, a week from tomorrow night, 7:10, before 7:10, ideally. Yeah, Hannah, she runs the. She's on Instagram. She runs the Bright Side on 17th Avenue in Coral Way, which is where we started the walk last year. When we left there to go to Key West, and then it's just conveniently on the way to the ballpark. We'll make sure to stroll in there. Don't forget where we started from. Never forget your roots. So. Yes, we'll make sure to roll in there. And then we'll do one final march down 17th Avenue to the ballpark. And yeah, that's where we're going. I did have a QR code there, but the wind blew it off yesterday in Key West. And now we are in Sugarloaf. We made it to Lower Sugarloaf last night. Now we're in regular Sugarloaf. They don't call it upper and lower. They just have a lower and regular Sugarloaf. And working our way to mile marker 20, we're at the Sugarloaf High School. And apparently there'll be a fishing bridge. Here, Bright Side MIA comments on Instagram, up here for the home stretch. That's funny. Yeah, by that point, it's only a couple miles. But, yeah, I can't see why not. But, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. And then we'll have completed the round trip. Zach's not with us, so it'll be the first ever round trip from there and back to Key West and back. Will be the only one. We got to get Zach on the stream at some point. We'll figure out a way to get Zach on the stream. But, it's March Madness, so if you have the day off from work, which if you planned ahead and when the days are, you could get it. If you have the day off from work, roll over there to the Bright Side on 17th and Coral Way, and they got all the TVs, they got the sound and everything. You won't miss a single dribble if you're looking for a good place to watch March Madness. Starting with TCU and Ohio State. First game at high noon, 12:15. That was our target last year, to get to Key West by March Madness. No, I am not done with the workout watch. But yeah, that starts to get away. It's 10:04. You got about 2 hours and 15 minutes until tip off. Still got time to fill out your brackets. I know that Miami Ohio game last night had me rethinking some of my picks. Maybe they were for real. Huh. But alas, I did not make the prop. I have 2 hours and 5 minutes to make the changes, and I don't think I'm going to do that, especially on my phone. I may accidentally, if I make a change, and then I may accidentally not have a complete bracket, and so I won't. Right now I'm going to live with what I got. I'm not going to over tweak. But Miami of Ohio did make me go ooh last night. How many threes they were draining. And they were big underdogs against SMU, and they. Menendez. I'm going to keep my eye out for the fishing bridge and cart path. In fact, I think I see the cart path on the other side. I'm going to cross. That is worth crossing the street. Is cart path. Cart path is always friendly. Whew. Silly Sauce 778, what's up? He comments on the Twitch. That is whoa, just fall. Already on Sugarloaf, day 2. Make a great time. Thank you, Silly Sauce. I'm trying to get your comments on the damn screen. There you go. So that other people on other streams can see what I'm referring to. But yeah, Silly Sauce. I don't know if we busted out 17 miles yesterday, 17 true miles and another 2 miles of detour. So we logged 19 miles, but as productive 17, I guess, productive northbound miles. And last year, Silly Sauce, we went from Big Pine all the way to Key West. That was 30 miles. But this year we stretched it out over 10 days. So that we wouldn't have to do those kind of heroics and make everybody happy. There was some walking at 2 or 3 in the morning. I know there was a couple walks, definitely multiple times we were walking at midnight, and there was one night where we were walking till 3 a.m. So, Silly Sauce goes. I remember last year you guys did some wild stuff. Yeah, we did some wild stuff. So we're trying to tone down on the wild stuff, but there is still going to be some wild stuff we can't avoid. Like we can't avoid 7 Mile Bridge. That's wild stuff. There's no way around it. We can't walk across the old bridge because the old bridge is blown up and it's missing parts. And that's it. We can't. I guess you could go around the 18-mile stretch. You can walk further north in Key Largo and then cut across Card Sound Road. But that's longer, and it's also it's narrower. The roads are way narrow, and cars going much faster. And there's also, I've looked this up, there's also a way you can cut through the mangroves of Card Sound Road. You can cut through, I believe, 137th Avenue runs all the way down to Card Sound, where Alabama Jacks is, and you could go that way. But then it's literally nothing. It's literally tall, you're in the middle of the woods. Nothing in sight. No gas station. No anything. And then you do run the risk of getting lost and having to check maps and whatnot. So yeah, those are all alternatives are also wild stuff. So there's no way. When you come to think about it, there's some wild stuff you can't avoid. But the craziest thing he did was probably cutting the picture line at southernmost point. We did that again this year. This year was even more. This year was kind of even more somewhat, uncomfortable because we had like 40 people. We literally had a mob of 40 people from the charter school cut the line. In fact, one guy was like, "No, what do you mean? I've been waiting for an hour. Oh, come on." And I kind of get it, but and then the lady after him was like, "Oh, you guys can go." And then we were kind of pushing it a little bit. We took a couple extra pictures. Maybe we should. I was like, "Ooh, this is uncomfortable." And a bunch of people on the line waiting for waiting for us to go. But we appreciate it. We had to do it. We had no choice. They came, SFAX came all the way down here. They had a limited time, and how much time they had. They couldn't wait. Couldn't wait in line for that long. Many of the kids and adults with autism. So we had to do it. We had no choice, and I would do it again. But maybe I wouldn't I wouldn't go up to that. I should have known that guy was going to be a no. Running across the 7 Mile Bridge. Yeah, well, I didn't want to run across the 7 Mile Bridge. Silly saw 778. That was, people people saw that there was a gap in traffic and there was no cars coming through. So they're like, run, make up time. I'm like, okay, fine. You want me to run? Fine. I mean, I was enjoying the 7 Mile Bridge, but we had people watching the stream that were freaking out every single step. So when they saw a gap in traffic, they were antsy and waiting for me to get over that bridge. And so anytime they saw an opening, they're like, run, make up time. Because that bridge took about, 2.5. That bridge probably took 3 hours to get across. So everybody was on pins and needles for 3 hours. It was almost like, a Walenda walking the tightrope over like the Grand Canyon. But yeah, silly sauce. That's some wild stuff. But yeah, you might be right. The craziest thing was cutting the line. People wait hours just to take a picture with that thing. And me and Zach last year, we didn't even like do the traditional pose for the picture. I think we got a better picture. And then we just got in there, touched the post, and then I walked out, and then went on our way. And they actually moved it. All right. I see the cart path. I see a mile marker. Wow, 2 for 1. Hot dog, a mile marker, and a cart path. 2 great things. But all right, we're gonna cross. I think I'm gonna make a good time to cross the street. It's worth crossing the street if we can get some nice cart path and mile marker. Oh wow, we got a lot of cars. Busy day down in the lower Keys. All right, I will cross the street as soon as I can. It's worth it. It's worth it for the cart path. The time I may be sitting here waiting to cross the street, but at the same time I'll make up that time walking on the cart path, hopefully. All right. Let's see. All right, I think after this car, it should be good, at least halfway. I might do a half and half cross. Done that plenty of times. Oh, this pickup truck's setting a pit for me. Nice. And we're over. We're crossed. We have crossed. Nice, beautiful cart path. And onwards and upwards we go. All right, I'm already starting to move better. Wow. I feel like I just got a pulse. I can tell you the wingtips on my shoes now. Mangrove Mamas. That's what. over there. Oh, I missed the mile mark. Oh no, it's right here. It's coming up. Oh. Yeah, there's mangrove mamas. I don't know where we're at. And I see a nice giant decal mile marker 20, which means we'll have done 3 miles in 3 hours, 3 hours and 20 minutes. So I'm getting some text. Yeah, so I'm getting some text. Card sounds adds a lot of distance to your route. That's a no-go. You were lumbering through the grass like a jagaloon. You jagaloons. Yeah, I was lumbering through the grass. That really slowed me down. That's why it's taking us, we're not doing 3 miles an hour because of the stupid grass and rock. But yeah, but that stretch, that 18-mile stretch, that's what it's all going to be. And there's no half doing it. There's no like, hey, I'll do 3 miles of it and then do another 3 miles. No, we got to do that one all in one shot. And here it is, mile marker 20. All right, mile marker 20. Document for when we scrub the footage later. Like it's easy to find. It's easy to find out where things are. Here we go. There you go. Nice, get close. Nice and close. Both the IG people and the YouTube and Twitch people. I wish it wasn't so dark. I wish we could get some light on that. But there it is. Mile marker 20. We have 20 miles. We have left the teens and now we are walking along in the 20s. And we got some fishing bridge. Nice and easy. Hopefully these next 3 miles will go faster. 10:17. Less than 2 hours away from basketball. Coming up to the Fins Up 78 says coming on YouTube. This is coming up to the Bow Channel Bridge. Yeah, we still got that Niles channel too. That is going to be a little bit more of a narrow bridge. Yeah, I think you're right. Mr. Fins Up 876. They're coming up on the Bow Channel Bridge. You got a nice little fishing bridge coming up. Yes, that is the approach. Yep, there it is. There's the Bow Channel. Did you look that up? Fins Up 876, or that you just know? Whoa, you just know that stuff. Oh wow, is that a blimp? I think there's like a white blimp right there. I can't get close enough, but not crazy. That's just a suspicious. You probably can't see it from my iPad camera, but you can see there's I'm right above that tree. I'm trying to get it to the center. Yeah, put it right underneath the QR code so you guys can see it. And you can also scan the QR code and donate as well to the South Florida Autism Charter Schools. And underneath that code is a little blimp. It's a weather balloon. Ah, thank you, Jeff. Weather balloon. I thought it was just some suspicious blimp. Thank you, Jeff, from YouTube. It's a weather balloon. But yep, we're coming up on the Bow Channel. And when we get to Niles, there won't be a convenient fishing bridge. All right, so there's be 4 miles of path after the bridge, and then you cross the old US 1, which is great. I'll let you know when to cross back. That's from my spotter, my uncle Alex, who's been running around in the truck, making sure I have batteries and water and food and whatnot. Yep, there is the bow channel. Here's the bow channel. It says no fishing for the bridge, but I'm pretty sure this guy over here is fishing. No, I'm not gonna snitch. But yeah, multiple people fishing. No motor vehicles. 4/10 of a mile, not 4 miles. Okay, so in 4/10 of the miles, I'm gonna be able to cross old US 1. There we are. Walking. Let's see. Let's go. There's the weather balloon right there. What does the weather balloon do? Nice little fishing bridge. A little windy, but not. We've dealt with a lot worse. Fishing and watching, even though not supposed to, but according to the sign, I feel like everybody does that. And it's nice little Thursday morning. Nice little Thursday morning. Got a boost getting on this cart path. Marching along, mile marker 20. Walking our way down Bow Channel. How's it going? You guys catch anything? Not yet? Nah. What are you looking for? Anything? All right. Let's go, man. Vince up 876 doing some Google, and he comes in on YouTube. The Bow Channel Bridge, a historic Florida East Coast Railroad. Bridge in the old Florida Keys. There you go. Next year, I need your tourism guide. Actually, I think I know the Keys. I think by the end of this, I want to know the Keys inside and out. I know every corner. I want to know the longitude and latitude of every location in the Keys. Part of the Overseas Heritage Show. It's a popular fishing spot with a few remaining bridges that contain its original 1938 bridge, which are differing from the original railroad. But 78 on YouTube. You can watch on YouTube, you can watch on Twitch, and you can watch on Instagram. The Instagram, unfortunately, I can't bring the Instagram comments onto the screen. I can see them, I can read them. They will not. I have a different tab open for Instagram. I have to navigate. Instagram doesn't, it lets me stream there, but it does not let me use the third-party features, the streaming features. I think my spotter is there. I do got to drop a battery off. battery. Walking across a little wind here. Gotta get to my spotter. Wind's picking up a little bit. 10:25, we're at mile marker 20, working our way towards mile marker 21. Now the boondocks is at 27. That could be a spot where we break, maybe or take a break, and then we resume from there. It seems like a good, ideal halfway point of the day is the boondocks. and no, we won't. Maybe sneak in some putt-putt. I'm just kidding. No putt-putt. Putt-putt requires too much walking. When we break, make the breaks count. And we're coming into Cudjoe Key, or is it Cujo? I've heard Cudjoe, I've heard Cujo. Ends up 876. Do the research. For the pronunciation of it, Cudjoe Key. Is it Cudjoe or is it Cujo? Here we are, into the 20s. Then we got to get through the ramrod and the torches. And then when we get to the 30, we get to Big Pond. Document the signage. All right, Cudjoe Key. Cujo. Cujo Key, thank you. Cujo, it is Cujo. Thank you. Yeah, Tobin and Leroy is on right now, so we saw 17-8 telling us hello. And we're into the 20s. Marching along. My spotter's here. I gotta give him a battery. And then marching along. So it's a nice breezy cart path up ahead. You know this guy's driving it, right? Yeah, but all right. So where am I going? Just see. Half a mile down. So I'm just looking at the map right now where I can cross, you know. So it looks like for
the path there.
Oh, it's literally once the cart path ends, so the work is done for me.
Yeah. And then,
And then I can cross into Old US 1.
You're gonna hold it all the way to. It's a wave.
Oh yeah, it's right. It's right. Well, right here, Ben. Yeah, right there. There's the break.
Right here.
Cutthroat Drive.
Cutthroat Drive.
Yeah.
You can cross over. It looks like a wider walking area along this way.
Mm-hmm.
This should get you all the way to Niles.
The Niles, all right. Yeah.
Look, you're gonna go back onto another path.
All right.
Oh, walking bridge.
Yeah. Does that go through?
Yeah,
it does go through. All right.
So, and then you're good to go. This is wide. You're good to go on this side.
Yeah.
All the way to Niles.
All right. All right.
Leave me a battery?
Yeah, well, I got to give you one of them to charge. And the other one might be dead too, but it could be a cable. So this orange one is for sure dead. And then this black one Might be dead. Oh yeah. Yeah, this one's dead too. I was only doing one at a time. Yeah, you're dead. All right. So I just have to go naked for a little bit until it gets a battery. I have 74% battery. I can make it a little bit by the time that charges. Old US one. All right. All right. All right. So little game planning. Little game planning break. I had to. Both of my portable batteries were dead, and I used them one at a time. So this iPad is old. I think it's an iPad 3. It still has the home button, which I was getting ribbed at last night. How do you still have an iPad with the home button? But it is my baby. I've had this iPad for well over 10 years. It's gotten me out of a lot of jams. Whether it's going to a birthday party or something, and there's they don't have there's can't really and I would bust out the iPad, put it on a stand, and watch the basketball or whatever. It's and there was a time I went to a festival called Craw Debauchery, a couple and it was an outdoor festival. They didn't have any TVs, and it happened to be March Madness. I'm like, I needed to bring the iPad and set up shop and watch the basketball. So I've dropped it a few times. It has its bruises, cracks, and everything, but it's been through a lot. It's been through a lot. And now it's doing this. It's streaming my walk from Key West all the way back to Miami. But it's been through a lot. It's gotten me out of a lot of jams. But all right, we got some nice cart path, and then we're gonna cross over into Old US 1, and we're gonna cruise on Old US 1 for a little bit, and then we will be. And then once that ends, we'll have to go through the narrow Niles Channel, which is a steepish bridge. I gotta resume the workout. It's still in dismiss. I hope my progress has been tracked this whole time. But maybe not. I think my watch lost like about an hour of walking. Actually no, an hour and a half. My watch says an hour and 37 minutes, so it's been documenting everything the whole time. But yeah, here we go. Nice and easy. You got a nice little boost on this lovely cart path. We're marching along deep into mile marker 20. Hobby Venmo. It's thanks, shout out. But we're marching along. That weather balloon is still out there. You'll see it a little bit better out there. The weather balloon is still out there. Oh, since we got a cart path, I might as well do a cur route. Since I got a nice breezy, I could do this much faster. Get another $5 to donate. I'm gonna run a deeper one. Plant, turn. Oh, I should have had my uncle throw. I should have done it with my uncle there. He could have thrown me the ball. That's 3 curl routes on the day so far. Man, I can almost do another one. So I feel like I'm wearing cleats now. I'm on this cart path. I feel like I can move so much better. Marching along. Cujo Key. We got the correct pronunciation. Cujo Key. And we're marching along in the 20s, working our way towards mile marker 21. And then hopefully we gotta get to mile marker 34. That's the Bahia Honda. Probably that bridge, depending on darkness and light. And then but hopeful. But maybe we were feeling froggy. We get to mile marker 40 at that nice little beach on Little Duck Key. And then and that's right at the door. That is on the doorstep of the 7 Mile Bridge. And then we would begin tomorrow marching on the 7 Mile Bridge. All right, Vince up 876 doing some research. The weather balloon often seen near mile marker 20 in the lower Keys is actually Fat Albert, a tethered aerostat radar system, used by U.S. Customs and Border Protection for surveillance. Well, I don't know if this is true. I'm just going to post it on the screen. As smart as you look. Carly comments on the YouTube. She says we made a lot of progress. Yes, we have. Everyone, we have not had. I guess we know what we're doing. But yeah, we're on mile marker 20. We started early this morning. We started like at 8:54 this morning. We try to maximize the amount of walking before basketball starts. I would have done it at 7 a.m., but I didn't think anybody would be up at 7 a.m. to watch the stream, and so otherwise I might have gone up at like 6 in the morning to start walking and to try to maximize the amount of hours of daylight and hours that are. So we got Weiler joining. Both she's simultaneously watching on YouTube and on Instagram. But yes, thank you, Carl. You're keeping up. It hasn't been too hot. Hasn't really needed sunscreen. It's been, I'll tell you what the temperature is. Windy and 69 degrees. You can see it. And so weather's been, it was overcast and gloomy yesterday. Today it's almost quite perfect. Today is almost, it's not hot. It's bright outside, and nice little breeze, 69 degrees and windy, and now we're back on this cart path, so I can start motoring a little bit better. In fact, Jeff, I think I'm gonna bust out another car route, make up some time. I think that pedestrian sign will be like the first down marker. You always got to run your route to the marker. Don't run your route short of you don't want to run your route short of the first down. So, all right. So here we go. Get closer. Moving along. All right. Here we go. Right here at the end. Plant, comb. There you go. There's another co route. That's 4 on the day. March along. So those know the co route, we have a YouTube commenter, Jeff, who last year would donate $5 for every curl route run along the along this journey. Done 4 so far, and so that's the goal. Every day, and you can also yourself donate on the QR code in the top right corner. You can scan it, click it, whatever it is you got to do, and that is a donation link, and it goes to the South Florida Autism Charter Center and Charter School and whatnot. And then there's a big walk at the school on April 18th, and they've tried for safety and awareness. Yeah, you said that was 4. That's so, Jeff. I believe that was 4. I'll scrub back. I'll scrub back to the footage to confirm when I get home tonight. But I believe at worst it's 3. At worst it's 3. And actually, no, it might be 3. I did one at the high school. I did one just now. And then I did one when you first got in. It might be 3. Well, excellent. I missed one apparently. Oh, okay. Okay, so you did miss one. Okay. All right. So we won't teach you how to the crow routes. I'll go. Next time I run one, I'll point the camera at a marker so I could identify and write down the markers of where these crow routes are, so I can go back and check. All right, nice and breezy, cart path easy, and just marching along. I think this cart path's gonna run out, but the good news is there's a mile marker. So I see mile marker 21 coming right up. We're at the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. Anyway, I should tell them that there's some people fishing on the bridge. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. But maybe that's why they have the sheriff's office here, to watch out for these illegal fishing on those bridges. But Team Ace at 25 joining on the IG. There's also Chris Fig 7 on the IG as well. Jeff says, "It's all good, man. It's all good, man. Trying to work and watch at the same time. And these kids' office keep asking me questions." But yeah, we're no stitches around here. But, yeah, here we are at the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. Is this the sheriff's office for the entire Monroe County? Do the sheriffs have to run back? Is this the only one? Is this a run up and down the keys? To that would be I feel like that would be a nuisance for this guy. The sheriff is needed like a mile marker 80. He has to go all the way out 60 miles and then come back to his office. That seems inconvenient. I'm sure there's more Monroe County Sheriff's Office. All right. The cart path is going to resume. And there it is. Jeff says, no, they got a few. They got one by Stock Island. Yeah, that's closer to Key West. Yeah. Where the community college is. Yeah, the Florida College of the Florida Keys. Yeah, we did a job there. In October of 2024. We filmed something there, and that trip was when I had the inspiration to do this walk to Key West. All right, mile marker 21, blackjack. There it is. Mile marker 21. Done 4 miles in the day. Got at least 13 more to go. Everyone's doing the research. Yeah. Feds Up 876 says the Monroe County office Freeman says located serves as a primary hub for law enforcement in the Florida Keys, particularly the lower Keys areas, one of the main district substations of the sheriff's office. It's good to know. Good to know. All right. Probably the biggest he had is those illegal fishing. But yeah, we're walking along mile marker 21, working towards 22. We have done 4 miles in less than 2 hours. But still, I think we could do better than that. So we're marching along, everybody streaming away. You can donate, the QR code. We're up to $1,320. So we had We believe we're at 900 something after the day. We're up to $1,320. Thank you all those who donate. And so we appreciate it every dollar. Thank you all very much to donate every dollar. And so, thank you. Yeah, so greatly appreciated. And you can scan the QR code, click it, find a way. That gets us to the link. And the goal is to get to the ballpark. We're at mile marker 21. We have to unofficially go to mile marker 158, which just doesn't exist, which is at the ballpark. And so we got about 137 miles to go. And we got to go to the ballpark in time for opening day. Next Friday night, before 7:10 first pitch. And that's the goal this year. 10:46. So keep walking. No motor vehicles. That's why we need the sheriff's office right here, because the people on the keys are flying with those e-bikes up and down that. We're just marching along, nice and easy. All right, the cart path is going to at some point expire, and then I will let you cross my way over to the old US one. The bird over there. We're streaming on YouTube, we're streaming on Twitch, and we're streaming Instagram. We're just marching along, just trying to get through day 2. And then day 3 is 7 Mile Bridge. Depending on how much we walk today, day 3 could be a shorter day, or it could be the same kind of day as today. But I'm trying to get as close to the 7 Mile Bridge as I possibly can. Are you taking a break for noon tip-off? Well, silly sauce, I want to maximize my break when I do take a break. So I want there to be more than one game playing when I take a break. And ideally want some games to be in the second half when I do take a break. So I don't want, if I have a 30-minute break, I don't want to waste it on the first half of only one game being on. So I don't want to take breaks. I know we have to, we have to eat and stuff. But yes, that's right. Should be mostly good weather this week. Yeah, it was rough coming down here, silly sauce. It was gloomy and overcast the whole way down. I'm like, oh boy, is it gonna rain? And then yesterday's walk was mostly overcast, but it didn't rain. I had some wind push some water, sprinkle water in my face. But that felt good. And look at the strips up. There's an opening to Old US 1 after Sawyer Rye or used. Hey, look at that. Everybody looking at the maps. And it makes sense. Maximizing efficiency. Yes, that's what we're all about here. Don't like wasting time. And when we do take breaks, we got to make them count. We got to eat, and got to be able to watch basketball when we do take breaks. I will stop whenever I do take a break. I will end the stream. Last year and I will restart it when we're back from break. But last year we left the stream running for 5 straight days. And now all I did was just turn my camera on and off when I was not walking, and I had to have people let me into the stream back at the office headquarters in Miami. And unfortunately, YouTube doesn't save streams that go longer than 12 hours. So I have a YouTube file there, video, and it tells me it's 142 hours. But when I go to play back the video, it says it won't play it back. So I have like 5 days worth of lost YouTube footage. But now, thankfully, with my iPad here, I do have control of the stream. I can end it and stop it. I'm not at the mercy of, a computer 100 miles or so away. So so when I do take a break, I will stop the stream on all fronts. All right. Sawyer Drive or use Brook Road. We're marching along here. We've run out of car path, but I'm still chugging along the shoulder. Oh, I think. Oh, I thought that was a sign for Old US 1. No, it's just the Cujo Key transfer station for recycling and drop off. 1050. I think, if we make it to mile marker 27, the Boondocks, that might be a perfect place to stop, and it might be late enough where there'll be multiple games going on at the same time. Look, I overshot. Look to your left ahead. Oh, I see. Okay. I see where I'm going to US 1. To Old US 1. All right. So I missed my first window to get to Old US 1, but I see my uncle there who's spotting me, who gave me the flashing signs. All right, and so I'm going to cross here. Whenever I get a moment, I will cross the street and hug Old US 1. Cross. And we cross. Since I'm already in running motion, I might as well plant and curl. That's 5. All right. All right, and there's looks like Blimp Road. Yep. Oh, I did miss my first entrance to go into Old US 1. Oh. This used to be US 1. All right, marching along. Marching along. We're on Old US 1. Walking along parallel to real US 1. Chugging along mile marker 21, trying to get to mile marker 22. Marching along here. Okay, we're streaming on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitch. We got commenters from everywhere. We got Silly Sauce watching on Twitch. We got Fins Up 876 watching YouTube. We got Jeff Green, we got Carly, we got Alex. We have some viewers on Instagram as well. And we're just marching along. Marching along the good old Florida Keys. 1 mile at a time. Chugging along, old US 1. I should have brought basketball. Well, basketball right there. Oh, this guy's ready for March Madness. All right. Just walking along, old US 1. We had a street donation yesterday. We had a guy give, a guy gave street cash donation to when we saw we were walking around Key West with the charter school. We had a guy give a $15 donation on the street. Very nice of him. I'll make sure that gets documented. Royals. Just marching along, old US 1. And there's, more nice walking path on the side. And at some point, I got to get back to a real US 1, especially when we go on the Niles Channel. This place called Broyle, a small island steakhouse. Nice little bench there, but don't need it. Doing good. The 10 days, I think, makes a big difference. They're trying to cram everything in a week. But done a little bit more than 4 miles today. Got about minimum 13 to go. No, wait. Yeah, minimum 13 to go. Let's see if we can make it to the beach on Little Duck Key. Elite pools. Some pools. All right, we'll just march it along. I did not walk on this path last year. I don't think I did. I don't think I walked on Old US 1 last year. It was still somewhat daylight because we were working our way towards Sugarloaf. And I remember it being daylight, but still up. Yeah, here we go. Old US 1. Can't believe this was Old US 1. This actually used to be a car people drive on. What shoes are you using for this journey? Well, I had some brand new, never before worn that I've been saving for a year for this walk. Yesterday I used some shoes, but I felt like, walking on the rock, I felt like, the hole was about to pop out on the shoe. But it turns out it wasn't the shoe. It was just walking on that surface. So I thought it was stupid. I may go back to those On Clouds tomorrow. My girlfriend got me those. Got these on. Brand new, never before been worn. But good. But I will go back to, I may mix and match. Last year I went with one pair of shoes the entire way. And I still have them. They're still pretty good. I think I did walk with them one time the other day, but I still have those shoes, and maybe I get them in like a case or something, and and retire the shoe while they're still good, and before they get holes in it and stuff. We're marching along on YouTube, and Twitch, Instagram, just chugging along. Old US 1. I'm glad we're doing this part in the day because this will be kind of creepy doing this in the dark. This reminds me of the marathon to marathon last year where we were walking on this alternate parallel sidewalk with giant. At some point, I may have to switch over to the phone for battery purposes, but for now, be okay. Just walking wildlife and environmental area, according to that sign. Maybe we see some key deer. We're still in the key deer habitat. We will be, at least today, we'll we'll end up leaving the key deer habitat at mile marker 34. I believe it's 17-mile stretch from Sugarloaf all the way through Big Pine and Bahia Honda Key. We're just marching along. We're streaming for 2 hours and 7 minutes. It's 11:01. Now I don't think I could see mile markers here on this old US 1. So there's a chance we pass mile markers. That's okay. That means the next mile marker we see, we get like a boosted jump. It's like, wow. So we may be passing mile marker 22. But as long as I'm on this old US 1, I would not be able to see the mile markers. Yeah, somebody says, well, this is a cool little trail. Yeah, this is old US 1. You wouldn't know that I'm walking down the Florida Keys. But yeah, it's very scenic and naturist, and it's great that it's during the day and it's daylight, or else it'd be pretty creepy. I did that last year. There'll be another one of these trails in Marathon. I know that. Hopefully, we'll do that trail when it's daylight. We're marching along. Marching along every mile, going for charity. The South Florida Autism Charter School. It's nice and quiet. It's peaceful. Don't really hear the cars too much. You can almost conduct an interview here. Nice and minimal background noise. It's very quaint. Yeah. Oh, it's been a while since anybody's seen my face. So let me do a flipperoni with the camera. Finger on the camera. There's me looking at my iPad. So let me try. There you go. Still can't. Trying to look at the camera. There's me walking along. Good old US of 1. Old US of 1, apparently. We flip it back over. And get the path back out. There. As we're marching along. It's like always good to do a wellness check. We did a lot of those last year. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to get a grip. Fat fingers. So we're marching along. Marching away. Down the good old Florida Keys. Scan the QR code in the top right corner. You want to donate. Thank you to all those who donate as we're walking down this cool little trail, according to Silly Sauce 778. Yeah, it's quite nice. Getting closer and closer to March Madness. It's 11:05. about an hour and 10 minutes before the first game tips off. And then it'll be 12. There'll be 16 games today, another 16 tomorrow. The Canes play at 10 p.m. I'm hoping to be done walking before 10 p.m. If not, we did something wrong. So that's why I might do more miles today to make sure I could end the day tomorrow and be able to watch the Canes game. But I shouldn't be walking at 10:10. We ended last night around 8:40 p.m. last night. It got a little dark and hairy at the end, but we started like at 12:30 walking, but then we detoured about 2 or 3 miles walking to the bus stop, and so it took 8 hours basically to do that, including the detour door to door. It took 8 hours. So now we started at 12:30. Today we started shortly before 9 a.m. So we do that. Hopefully we won't have to see too much more darkness. David Allen is on the ID of little David Allen. We're marching along here. Check my battery. May have to switch to the phone at some point soon. Oh, nice. This is nice. Can't believe I didn't do this last year. What a miss. But now I know for next year. By the end of this, we could say that we've walked to and from Key West. Round trip. And we'll see what we do next year. It's so quiet. Calm. After the Niles, you have a walking path all the way to the Boondocks. Shout out to me. That comes in from my spotter. Oh, nice little bird. This is as safe as it could get. This is the safest thing we're going to do all day. We're literally a private trail. We're bushes and bushes away and trees away from cars and street. Can't get any safer than this. I don't even know if motorbikes are allowed to come through here. I don't know if they want to be. They could probably get away with it though if they, I don't think the sheriff is going to come and make it all the way out here. He can't get his car. He can't even get his police car in here to hunt. To police them. Marching along. Right, nice. Scenic shots. I just feel so peaceful. Nice. It's a nice little trail. We're walking. It's the easiest thing we're going to do the whole trip. Last night we had that 15 miles of cart path from Key West all the way through the Saddle Brunch Keys, right before we got into Lower Sugarloaf. But this I think is better. Old US 1. Nature. This is for the video. This is for next year's program. Need some good shots. Still shots. Some B-roll. That's a production term. Marching along. We're walking. Last year I said, we're walking. This year I'm saying we're marching along. footage of last year, everything from when we left the bright side up until Florida City. When we got to Florida City, and then we had a couple Instagram pops while we're on the Keys. We got a little bit of the blue wall. We got walking. We got marathon to marathon, and we got a walk down to Big Pine, and we got some videos. Walking to the Thimble, and we got some drone shots of the 7 Mile bridge. But outside of that, I can't access the rest of the footage. Let's see what I'm doing. I can maybe milk the iPad a little bit longer before I have to switch to the phone. I do need. It's dying of battery, and it blew through my iPad blows through the battery chargers. I had not one but two portable battery packs, and I never had to change battery this frequently. Last year I was just using my phone. This iPad is quite old. The battery is not not in the same condition as it first was. And with streaming, I'm using streaming and connected to the internet. It burns a lot of power. And maybe I may have to put the phone ready in like 5 or 10 minutes. And I'm on low power mode. I am on low power mode, and it's still hours through battery. Yeah, this is quite quaint. A little bird over there. Oh, hey, we got a better shot of the balloon. There's the water balloon right there. Put under the QR code. But yeah, the water balloon is still out and about, hanging out. We're walking through Cudjoe Key. Well, I think we will try to break it when we get to the boondocks. A mile marker 27. So that's where that is. I think that's the right place to stop, and then maybe it's a decent amount of basketball going on. We'll break there for a little bit, and then we'll restart the stream and see how far we go when we leave the boondocks. We'll have to do at least 7 miles after the boondocks, and then tomorrow we do the 7 Mile bridge. Hopefully first light tomorrow we do the 7 Mile bridge. I want to get through that, want to maximize when it's total daylight, because it's not really well lit. So we're marching along. Claire, we have CEO Bosalak says, "Thank God it's not raining. See you on the walk through Pinecrest on the 26th." Yep, well, everyone's welcome to join. Yep, the 26th I'll be walking through, South Dade. Be walking from Florida City to about the Palmetto Bay area. But yes, I'll see you. Happy, absolutely, Claire, as she comments on it's Instagram. This is quite quaint. I will say, it's not raining. It's nice and bright. It's not really any wind anymore. Weather's in the low. It's in the high 60s. It's just nice and calm. You can almost meditate out here. It's how calm and peaceful it is. Nobody would believe I'm walking down US 1, but it's the old US 1. Which I still find hard to believe that this is to be the US 1 where cars would drive on to get to the Keys. And there's the actual US 1. You can't see it through all those bushes, but the actual US 1 is right along there. And I don't know how many mile markers the last visual mile marker I got sight of was mile marker 21. And I'm hoping, that, that we'll see a jump in mile marker the next time we see one. But I don't want to be too because I don't think they don't put mile markers here on this little quaint trail. Marching along, nice little quaint. It's very cool. Here, eventually I do get back. Oh, there is a cutthroat drive. Cut back. Marching along, you can see some houses coming here. Walking, it's so quiet because it's just so peaceful. Come on. All up and down the Florida Keys. Right? See what it says. What it says. You're gonna stay on this path, and then it's gonna bend a little to the left. And it's gonna bend, and you're gonna cross, and there's gonna be a walking path across. Nice little old US 1. Who would have known? Nice and easy breezy. Easy and breezy. Can't get any better than that. Don't have wind disrupting my audio, but yet I'm been the most quiet in this trail. It's nice. Nice and quiet. All right, let's see here. Marching along here on this quaint little old US 1. Not even a house here. House there. Be a good place to live. Even though it looks like it's run down. It's very nice and quaint. No cars can really get there. Seems like nobody would bother them. Marching along. My iPad battery's getting lower and lower. I will have to switch to the phone soon. And then I think the phone can get us all the way to the boondocks. Just marching on. Marching along this night. Just go 2 hands. Nice, quaint. This would be a lot different if I was doing this walk in the dark. I wouldn't feel as good. It's calm. It's to be a lot more nervous if I was doing this in the dark. Playground. All right, there is an opening to get back into US 1. Well, we're marching along. Goes to get to Lone Depot Park. Opening night. Square grouper. I'm pretty sure that's mile marker 22. I think we're either before or after mile marker 22. But there's the square grouper. That's how we're doing on time. It is 11:25. So gotta get through Cutthroat Drive. That's where I gotta go to get back to you where this path ends. It's not here. It'll probably be at the next one. Probably be somewhere down the line. I can walk this walking path for a little bit. I can apologize to basically holding an iPad in my hand, filming this. How's it going? So the Cutthroat Drive is just ahead. It's not far. All right. There's no motor vehicles. No problem. Bombarded by bikes. All right. Had at 61 on the phone. I gotta invite myself I gotta let myself into the stream. Da 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 da. Hold on, I got a text. You're saying this is Cutthroat Drive right here. Oh, it is. This is Cutthroat Drive. All right. I could keep going, but then there's no way back to US 1. It's like, yeah, there it is, Cutthroat Drive. All right, so I got to get back on US 1. First, let myself into the stream, my phone into the stream. Doing everything on my. Oh, all right. All right, so. Oh, it will towards so but so you're saying I should I'm gonna get up cross Cutthroat right here. Or should I keep going? Should I keep going down this path? Back up phone. If you're on Instagram, there is one more opening further down. All right, from Fins Up 876. All right, so I will do that, Chris. If I can get an opening, I will take it. Keep going. All right, I will keep going. No need to walk. No need to walk on the street when I don't have to. So I'm back. I'm on the phone now. We're still streaming on Instagram, but it's going to be harder for me to see the comments. I'll still be able to see the comments from YouTube and from Twitch. Oh, I will turn this off. So sorry. So rocking and rolling. Rocking and rolling. Back on the phone. 11:26. Just doing some things. All right. Marching along. Make a right when I get to the end. Thank you. Since we got spotters everywhere. So I get to the end of this, I make a right, and then I'm back on US 1. And I should be getting closer and closer to the Niles channel, but then I get cart path all the way to the boondocks. I'm pretty sure the square grouper, I'm pretty sure is mile marker 22. So we're either before or after marker 22. Working our way, at least for right now, get to mile marker 27 and take a break. And then afterwards, hopefully get to mile marker 34, but maybe we could push it to mile marker 40 and set up at that little beach on Little Duck Key. It's only 11:30. Basketball hasn't even tipped off yet. Doing quite all right. When the path ends after you cross the street and you get on another path. Okay. That's what I'll do. Marching along here. Marching along the Keys. Marching up and down. We've walked over to at least 22 miles on this journey. Walked 5 miles today. Maybe more. Who knows? Just walking along this quaint US run. Old US run, I should say. The path you're on right now will veer left and it will connect you back to US 1. Yeah, I can see the veer left. Marching along, holding my phone. Woo! So it's been a whole day. It's not even been 3 hours. Marching along Cujo Key. At some point, this trail is going to take me back to US 1. Then I'll have to back on regular US 1. I have to get to this Niles Channel Bridge. And then I got path. And then I got a nice little path, and then take us all the way to the boondocks. And that's where we'll take a brief break, and then we'll resume after. Just going on a strap. You're on Instagram. I appreciate it. I just can't. Because I'm on my phone app. On my phone, it does not. Instagram does not funnel the comments into the third-party streamer, so I cannot see your comments if you're commenting. I can't see your YouTube. Get that. Check out comments. Appreciate you watching, wherever you may be. And if you don't, appreciate all those who've donated. Scan the QR code on the top right corner. Click it. However it is, you can access the QR code. And hopefully, I'll get this QR code back on my hat. Gotta find a printer. Print out the QR code so I can get it back on my hat. At least for the locals, the local Keys folk. They can see it and they can scan as well. And they can donate. And all right, I believe we're coming to the end of this trail. It was very cool. It was very nice. I think there'll be another one of these in Marathon. Coming along here, it's going to bend back. Now I'm coming back and I see up. I can see US 1, the real US 1. And I'm just going to hug the left side, I believe. And I believe we may be getting closer and closer to that Niles Channel, which is a tough bridge, admittedly, but it is daylight. We like bridges when it's daylight. Yeah, there was one small bridge yesterday we walked through in the dark. That was a little. Ugh. I had my light on. I had my headlight on, but other than that, it was pretty breezy and easy walking on the cart path. About 15 miles. But I believe if I cross the street, I was told there might be another cart path. Oh yeah, there is cart path on the other side. All right. I will cross. Oh wait. It's worth the wait. Busy. Everybody driving down to the Keys today. Driving up and down to the Keys. It's a big bus. Marching along. Just wait. Wait. No need to sprint across the street. We got 10 days of walking to do. We don't need to make heroic, hurried decisions. Oh, by the way, there's mile marker 23. So now, way down there. So not only we passed 22, we passed 23. Hot dog, bonus. It's like a 2-mile boost. So yeah, we just passed mile marker 23. We're way down there. It's really hard for you to see it. But we have passed mile marker 23. And now we're working towards 24. And at least for the beginning part of the day, we've got to try to get to 27 before we can break. All right, I'm going to do a half and half cross. Nice and easy. Not going to run. It's going to let me go. Thank you. All right, so running. Might as well curl. Right here. Plant. Boom. 6. 6 curl. All right, I'm back in the path. Marching along. And then we just cruise. We got less than 4 miles to go before we're at break, at recess. And then get charged the batteries, literally. It's 11:39. At time, that might work out timing-wise. 4 miles might be worst case scenario. That's 2 hours. That puts us at 1. That puts us at 1:30. There'll be a slew of basketball games. And so that would be great. All right, this looks like the Niles Channel. I'll hug this cart path. I may have to cross the street again just to. Or maybe this cart path goes on. But I know the Niles Channel, the Niles Channel bridge, I will have to walk on the bridge. I don't think there's a parallel fishing bridge. Marching along. This one looks like it has the fishing bridge on the side. It's the Niles one that doesn't. So I can hug this for a little bit. Check my battery. All right, I'm good on that. Just marching along. By the way, here's me. Actually, can I flip it around with this thing? I can't flip it around. Here's me. Just marching along. Marching along, all right. Fishing bridges are our friend. Doing great on daylight and time. Walking along. Woo! Just walking along. Been pretty easy so far today. Well, we first left Sugarloaf. You know, it's it wasn't a cart path, but then once we got the cart path and once we got to the old US one, it's pretty smooth ever since. Watch it go along. Donate, top right corner. Woo! Beautiful day. Looks like I may see my spotter again. Nice little fishing bridge, as I thought. Just cruising along. Okay. Lovely day. Whew. Alright, fishing bridge coming up. Oh, this fishing bridge is packed. Must be some stuff. Must be some fish biting. Another heritage trail. Everyone's here, so this must be where the fish are. Oh, nope. Okay. I have one. Oh. I want to get somebody reeling in a fish. Now we got somebody with the Kemp Channel Bridge. There's a link on the Overseas Highway. It's part of the transportation corridor that the place hit. It's a little windy in here. This might have something. Oh, fishing between some places. On the outside of this bridge, it's okay to fish. And apparently, according to it was a 1935 hurricane that destroyed this railroad. It should be coming on Overseas Highway. I can't put it on. I don't think I can put it on the screen because I'm back on my phone. But I see you, Dolphins. 876. Marching along. It is packed to the gills here on this bridge. With fishing, people fishing. Oh, I've got a fish. Nice catch. Fish. We caught one. We got one. Somebody reeling in a fish. All right, we are heading into Summerland Key. We're in between mile marker 23 and working our way towards mile marker 12. I don't think that one is the key for fins up 876, and that the Jeff Green on YouTube is that might feed a small child. Next up is Summerland Key base at mile marker 24. It's okay to set. Yeah, I think that fish will get thrown back. Hey, at least, I mean, there's a reason why this bridge was packed with people. The fish are biting, big or small. It's better than nothing. Oh, wow, there's a fish hanging up there. Are they expecting a great white to jump like if this was air jaws to jump up and catch that? Why is a fish dangling right in the middle of the ocean? Is something going to jump up and grab it? Feels like it makes no sense. Oh, they're all over the place. All these lines on there. There's no great whites here. Maybe and a hammerhead. No, there's no way a hammerhead can jump that high. I know there's one of the Shark Week episodes I saw was about hammerheads who were all over the 7 Mile Bridge. But they like to hang out at the 7 Mile Bridge. So hopefully we won't be a concern. We'll be walking nice and easy breezy over the 7 Mile Bridge. We won't have to worry about hammerheads. But yes, Summerland Key. We left Cujo, now into Summerland, working our way to Ramrod, which is on mile marker 27. That's where the Blue Box is. Walking along Summerland Key. I'm marching along here. There's a nice little parking lot. I think a spotter's here. It's getting close to its basketball tip-off. We're 10 minutes away from the first game. TCU and Ohio State. Give up my iPad. It's an iPad needs a charge. I'll probably pick up one battery. It's a one-man production crew pulling in. So Holding everything. To catch some things for dangling. All right. I think I only need one of those. I think the small one, though, the orange one.
This is 100%. This is not.
Oh, okay. I'll take that one. What did I do with my cable? Oh, my cable didn't fall out. I have it back here. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna. This will make it. I have enough to make it to the boondocks. So you're saying when? So when is Niles?
It's just up ahead.
Just up ahead. So this path is gonna end, and I gotta walk on the bridge. And that bridge is probably a couple miles, right? It's probably. Yeah. And then it's boondocks.
And then that.
Yeah, I know. My phone is lightning still. My phone and iPad are still lightning. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I've drank a lot. I've drank a lot of Gatorade, so I feel hydrated. Thank you. Thank you, my spotter, boosted me up, giving me.
And then you're gonna hit another path.
Okay, so here I see the path there.
Yeah, stay on that.
Stay on that.
You'll be walking in front of a bunch of retail. You'll be
Okay,
good.
and then the Niles. All right. Yeah. So after Niles, there's paths again. Okay. So we get to guys. We're just gonna hug this path here. The Niles channel is 45-57 feet. That's 1,300. That's almost 2 miles. That's probably like 1.75 miles. I'll do a quick math. Marching along. 11:58. See if I see signs for mile marker 24. Now, oh wow, Beetlejuice speaking, and it appears. And there I see a decal up ahead. That's bad math. That is bad math. I was trying to do math on the top of my head. I know that a mile is. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, I was thinking a mile was 2,500, but no, it's 5,280 is a mile. So it's not quite a mile. Yeah, that is very bad math. Thank you, Jeff, for catching up. I thought for a second a mile was 2,500 something, but no, it's 5,280 for a mile. All right. This looks like mile marker 24. 0.86. Thank you, guys. Just marching along. There's 24. There's mile marker 24. I think I could see that bridge. So we got about 3 miles to go to a break. It's 12 o'clock. It's high noon on the nose. It is high noon. So we've been at it. We left at 8:55, 8:56. So it's safe to say we've done 7 miles in 3 hours. So 7 miles in 3 hours. That's a shade over. It's 2 point, that's 2 1/3 miles per hour. I hope it's close enough, math. I wish you had time to go on the Niles Road Nature Trail. Well, if it was a productive nature trail like the last one there, where it was going northbound on US 1, I would do it. But apparently, if it's out of the way, we don't want to do wasted walking. We did a little detour yesterday, making sure the SFAX kids and adults got back to the bus, but it was totally worth it. I would not call that wasted walking. But all right, 24. Coming right into your living room. There you go. Documented 24. For the verts, there's 24. Mile marker 24. No, it goes into the Gulf. Yeah, I know. That's he's talking about the trail. But yep, I see that. I see the Niles Bridge coming up. 3 miles to go till we recess. So that sounds like it's going to take a solid 2 hours. Worst case scenario, get there 2 hours. I catch the end of that TCU Ohio State game. On to the next one. Marching along. Getting to the Niles Channel Bridge. Probably right when it's up. There's another trail right there. I think that's the trail he's referring to, but it's not a productive trail. It's nice. It is a nice trail. All right. Coming up, we'll leave on the Niles Channel Bridge. Probably pretty good on daylight. It's only high noon. Hoping to make it to. I think I'm good, feeling good enough where I can make it to mile marker 40 today. We'll see. Marching along. All right. Just chilling. Mile marker 24, Summerland Key. Working our way towards Ramrod. Go to the Niles Channel and get to Ramrod. Then we've got some Little Torch, a Big Pine Key, maybe in Bahia Honda, and maybe even get all the way to Little Duck Key, or that little beach. So apparently, from Boondocks to Little Duck Key, I have about 5 hours. I should get there 5.5 hours from Boondocks. Could get there by sunset. Yeah, we're all doing this to raise money for SFACS, for the South Florida Autism Charter School and the Charter Center, the Friends of South Florida Autism. The QR code is in the top right corner of the screen. Wherever you're watching, on Instagram, YouTube, or Twitch. Benny V, what's up, Benny V? Commenting on Twitch is the bracket challenge on, right? Well, fill out your brackets. Yeah, you got. I think you literally they might have just locked. It's 12:10. They might have just locked. 5 minutes before tip off. But yeah, so theoretically we could make it to Little Duck Key by sunset, and then man, that little beach on the beginning of the 7 Mile Bridge. And last year was at the end of the 7 Mile Bridge when we were walking the other direction. We sat and chilled. There we go. This guy looks like he's got some pizza. Woo. Sunset is 7:36 p.m. All right. Summerland Key. Real impact. Moving along. Marching along. Marching along. So we do. We just keep on marching. All right, we're just gonna limber our way to the boondocks, regroup, and then onwards and upwards. Maybe we're probably gonna try to push it to Little Duck Key, mile marker 40. That would be 23 mile day. But then we may only do maybe a shorter day tomorrow. Slice of Paradise pizza. Right here. All right, there's a little bit of cart path, retail, right here at Summerland Key. Mile marker 24. Getting closer to mile marker 25. In fact, 24458. So we're not quite at the halfway mark of this mile. This slice of paradise looks good. Again, it's not too. It's true. First game just tipped off. 12:15, but so this may work out good if we muscle it all the way to the boondocks. Marching along, nice, lovely day. Lovely day today. 3 hours, 70 degrees, windy. This is almost like last year's weather. It's quite nice. So Big Dollar Baller 1 on Twitch goes, you're walking 83 miles for Bam. Bam's 83 points. That was going to be way more than 8. Well, I'll shout out Bam when we get to mile marker 83. But, well, it's going to be almost double that, 158 miles. We're going all the way. We started at Key West at the southernmost point, and we're going. The goal is to get to the ballpark, Lone Depot Park, by next Friday, 7:10 before 7:10 first pitch. That's the goal. We're marching along. That's the goal. Should be fun. Every dollar goes towards the South Florida Autism Charter School. That's the QR code on the right corner if you want to donate. Oh, there's an ABA therapy for autism. Full spectrum ABA right here on the lower keys. Some of them. Are you going to stop at spray? Spray training is way out of this. There's no spray training in the keys. This comes from Big Baller Dollar on Twitch. Oh yeah, right now we're way down south. We're about 24 and a half miles into our journey. Trying to work our way to mile marker 25. That's we started at 0 yesterday, hoping to get to 40 today. I love that beach. So, Big Baller Dollar on Twitch wants to know what recap what happened last year. Last year, we started at a establishment called the Bright Side in Miami on 17th Avenue and Coral Way, and we walked all the way down to Key West to the end, the very end. It was 155 miles, and we did that in a week's time. And then this year we're doing the return trip. We're walking from Key West all the way back to Miami. But yeah, Ace Hardware coming up. It's like, oh, a gas station. I can finally give the update. I can give you people the updated gas prices. It's the first one I've seen all day. I don't think I've seen one since Key West. Well, there might have been one when we were on that Queen Trail in Cujo. Yeah, I think there was last one at like a mile marker 8. On like the outskirts of Key West. All right. Summerland Hardware, Ace Hardware. Place. This guy's backing in. Oh yeah, it looks like a 4. There's a 4, clearly a 4 next to the gas price. There's a shell coming up right here. And all right, yeah, I see a gas station. Summerland Wine and Spirits. I see a 454 at the Shell, and that's for and it looks like it's for regular. 454 here at the Shell. Yep. Walking along. There it is, 454, and I see a mile marker and I see a bridge, so one good. So things are picking up. Check my battery. There's one more opening further down. That's bullshit. All right, 454. The Circle K is offering 444, so you want to save 10 cents and go a little bit slightly further up. So apparently, it's after this bridge, it's smooth sailing to the boondocks on wide, lush paths. That's great. I do see a mile marker. It's a bridge that's almost a mile long. And then get closer and closer to the boondocks. All right, I see mile marker. It looks like 25. Rose 242's in the chat. We got 444 over here at the Circle K. All right, mile marker 25. They were coming on this Niles channel. Can't stop, won't stop. That's a Rhodes 242 on YouTube. All right. Mile marker 25. Done 8 miles today. So far, there's 25. For the verts, 25. There we go. Got 2 more miles to go until we break. The worst case scenario, that takes an hour. Best case scenario, 40 minutes. Realistically, probably 50 minutes. That puts us to get to the Boondocks at 1:30. Be a slew of games on. Stop at the 67 marker. 67, I think, is right at after the long key bridge. Oh, for 6s and 7s. I see what this guy's trying to do. That's from that's a Twitch commenter. Big dollar baller. I can't put the comments on the screen while I'm on my phone. But once I will be back on the iPad. Once we break. Wait, what does car have here? Oh, but it dies. It doesn't take you through the bridge, so I might as well. All right. Got a bridge coming up. Big ball. Ohio State has cooked TCU FC. Oh, they must be up big. It's only been 15 minutes. Antonio's Seafood Shack over there. Big. Right, walking along. Check that out. little path here, but I don't know if it's going to go all the way through. I'll take it. But I know at some point I have to go through that Niles Bridge. Unfortunately. Just coming up right here. Yep. Marching along. Marching along. Every mile streamed. Every mile documented. I think you're on the Heritage Trail. I am on a trail, but this trail's gonna end now. All right, I should be ready to hold on to my hat. Oh, bird just flew over me. Oh. It's a beautiful day outside. We've been at it for 3 hours and 40 minutes. 879 active calories burned. 96. My heart rate peaked at 96. Let's see if we can pull some more stats. But good. I believe this is the Niles Channel Bridge. I will do this on the other side. I would cross the street. I have to cross the street anyway, since, the trail ends halfway through the Niles Bridge. Do not take the trail. Take the bridge. Oh, thanks for looking out. Yeah, it doesn't go all the way through. Yeah. Thanks for the heads up. I would have walked all the way over there. Only to turn around and walk back. All right. I will cross the street. Hold on to your hats. I'll hold on to my hat. Oh, big boy. This is not even a mile long. I think there'll be a rainbow on the other side. There should be a mile marker on the other side. I mean, when I'm done with this walk, I think I'm gonna need like a walking break when I'm done, when it's all said and done. But at the same time, the way gas prices are right now, I might have to keep walking even when I'm done. All right, Niles Channel. Get this sign. channel cross. Very cool. Here we are, coming across the Niles Channel. I'll get you an Uber. No Uber! No Uber allowed. Alright. This guardrail. Alright, I will cross the street when I am able. Doesn't look like I have much of a window. Don't want to walk on the right side. I want to see the cars coming at me. This is pretty narrow. No heroics, no gunning it across the street. At this point, I might as well just keep walking. Do it a little bit more. Don't want to walk on this side. It's pretty narrow, and I want to be able to see the cars coming at me. I may not have a choice. I don't get a window to cross the street. They got to this red car at the end. I don't even know if I have room for a half and half cross. There's not even a buffer zone in the middle. Here we go. Here we have crossed safely. All right, hold on to your hats. This bridge is about like 8/10 of a mile across this Niles Channel. It is windy. It's all right. I can see the cars coming right at me. And for you guys watching the call, the cars will be coming right into your living room. I'm close to the rail. Nice and easy. This is how we do it. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. This is practice for tomorrow. We'll do 7 miles. It's narrower than this. It's actually probably about the same. Here's me, walking along, nice and easy. 2 eyes forward. Right? 876. And so that's the end goal. Get to the ballpark next Friday. You can scan, donate, QR code on the top right corner. That's how you donate. This is why we're doing this. You donate to the South Florida Autism Charter Center, the charter school. Every dollar goes a long way. Just helping kids and adults with autism. We started. Heard the principal. You watched it yesterday. Principal Dr. Moody. She came in the van in the big bus down in Key West, and she talked about how the new center was doing, and they can take kids as young as 6 months. And they have an adult program. Brother Michael, he's in the adult program. He's 33 years old. He's been in the school since day one. March along. Woo! This place. Second game just started. Nice and easy. Alright. We may have a little bit of a break here. I'll pick up the speed a little bit. That's the time. Aggressive motion on the bridge. Plant on the Niles channel. That's gotta be the first guy ever to run a pro route on the Niles channel. 7. Chill. Nice and easy. Woo! How's that battery? Battery's on. This is nice. So you said 7? Yep. 7. Marching along. Big boy. Big boy. Woo-wee. All right. We got time for another one. Pick up the speed a little bit. Plant. Curve. 8. Back on the road. second game that started. It was a Chris. It was one of the better ones. Just wanted to get some shots. I can't take still photos. So the best I can do is take a still video. Freeze the still video. Alright. Coming along quite nicely. Jeff comments on YouTube. The Dolphins quite happy soon to need to suit up this year. The league needs weapons. Yeah, Jeff, you're walking us right. Yeah, run a Christmas car out. Yeah, I'm available. How many NFL receivers can walk to Key West and back? There's a mile marker at the end, the rainbow at the end. There's a mile marker, I believe, should be 26. And we got to muscle one more mile before we can break. Right, look. There it is, 26. And then I told us to correct me once I get on the other side of this bridge. There's mile marker 26. It's at 9 miles and a shade under 4 hours. 26, baby. 26 for the first. Alright, one more mile before break. The power, one more mile before the boondocks. And then we'll leave. We'll see what time we get there. And then we have about 5.5 hours of walking after that. If we want to make it to mile number 40 by the end of the day. And that would put us at the doorstep of a 7-mile bridge, which at first light tomorrow, we will hit the 7-mile bridge if we make it to mile marker 40 tonight. Down the lower keys, getting towards the end of the Niles channel, I see the cart path. I see the luscious cart path on the right, and that'll take us all the way to the boondocks. And we should be coming across Ramrod Key. I see the sign for it. All right, Ramrod Key. One more curl route. It's like a nice even clean plant curl. 9. $12.57. All right, I think I see my spotter. I see the lush path. Ramrod Key. We're across the Niles Channel. Woo! That was fast. Same spotters as last year. We got some new ones joining. This spotter right here, Alex, he was spotting last year. He's done a great job so far. Then tomorrow we have a new spotter. My girlfriend Linda, she's going down and she's gonna spot. She's gonna take over. Well, Alex here will help me get over the 7 Mile Bridge, and then he has to go back to Miami. And then that's the one new spotter, and then we'll see how it goes. Who's available after that? So, but yes, my uncle here, Alex, he was one of the spotters from last year. That's awesome. There he is, right there. Across the street into the luscious cart path. We have crossed the Niles Channel, and we are in Ramrod Key, working our way towards mile marker 27. Yep, crossing. Cross. That wasn't a good run, so am I connected in the back? I just want to see if it's connected. Or is it? I mean, if it's fine, if it's dead, I can make it a mile. Okay, yeah, all right. Hold on. Yeah, I'm juicing. All right. Okay.
About 18 minutes.
18 minutes, you think?
Yeah, that's your pace.
All right. All right, getting on the path. Thank you, Alex. All right, less than a mile away from break, and we'll be at the boondocks. Take a brief break. Try not to do more than like maybe 30 minutes, and then we're gonna muscle our way to hopefully muscle our way towards Little Duck Keys. One more mile or break. Feeling pretty good for the most part. Here's me walking along, marching along nice and easy. It's a nice cart path that'll take me all the way to the boondocks. And then across the street. On this cart path. I'm done, and maybe get all the way to Little Duck Key. Marching along. All right. Just gotta get. That would have put us for 10 miles in a day once we make it. Then we have another 13 miles to go. And it's at approximately 5.5 hours walking in the afternoon. See if I can check some scores. Watch. Oh, TCU is up 15 on Ohio State at halftime. And Nebraska and Troy just got underway. And then USF Illinois. And Louisville coming up after. But yeah. Looks like TCU is up significantly on Ohio State at halftime. Thought it would be a closer game between TCU and Ohio State. Thought we would catch the end of a thrilling finish at the Boondocks, but if the first half continues the way it is, it may not be a thrilling finish. All right, nice, luscious cart path. Marching along. Marching along. Just gotta get, for right now, just to get to the Boondocks. We'll worry about what we gotta do later when we're done with recess. All right. Marching along, nice cozy cart path with guardrail protection and everything. So far, it's a pretty easy day. Except, I mean, even the Niles Channel wasn't so bad. Marching on. Getting closer and closer to the end of the day, to the end of the half day. Alright, I might see a decal. Might not. I do see a cleat sign. Alright, it looks like I do see a decal. Might be mile marker 27. And then we're just gonna walk a little bit, I think, over this bridge here is the boondocks. If that is a mile marker. We're here in Ramrod Key. We will have done, once I pass that mile marker, we'll have done 27 miles on this journey, not including the detour, the loop around Key West. All right. There's mile marker 27. Just gonna stay on this car path. Still in the key deer habitat. We'll be here for at least almost 7 miles of key deer habitat. I haven't seen one yet. Any of the 2 times. Been walking down in the keys. Just chilling on this cart path. Just chilling. Mile marker 27 coming right up. Turtle Island, grow with the flow. Over there. Mile marker 27. Nebraska cooking early as well. That comes from the commenter on Twitch. Let's see what the score that game is. Nebraska's up 11 on Troy. So it looks like when we get there, there's not going to be any tight games down to the finish. Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority. Ramrod Key Pump Station. Want some espresso? Café. Go right there. And oh, there's the Boondocks. Hot dog. There it is. Okay, we'll mark an end. And take a brief break and then head back out there. All right. We've done 10 miles today. Got about another 13 to go. There it is. There's the Boondocks. All right, I'll cross the street. I'm gonna get my mark. The street, and I'll resume approximately 30 minutes, maybe. We can start at even 2 o'clock. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I know I do have 5.5 hours still of walking left, and sunsets at 7:36 p.m. I think if we go, I'm prepared for the darkness, but all right, get there. I'm gonna cross the street. That will mark. Ready to cross the street. Actually, you know what? I might as well end them right here because I think I'm gonna end up crossing the street anyway. The car path. I get close. The car path is on this side, so I'm gonna call it right here. There's the boondocks. There's the mark. Call it right here. This fence.